Good. Let me pin this here. Pin this here. And here we go. The heat is really bad here now. Once again, we had some nice cool week. Now it's back. And I don't like it. So, yeah, here we go. Think we left off by doing some bounties and buying our first house, right? No, we left off at joining the companions. That's right.
I've been tending to the warriors of your Vasker for as long as I can remember.
Okay. We have a lot to do. Mm-hmm.
I'd be dead if not for Vignar. Took me in and helped me turn my life around.
Alright. We can do more for the companions in a bit. Oh my god, it's raining! Yo, that's so cool.
Damn those gray mains to oblivion. They want to back the storm close. They'll get what's coming.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
I need to find a Breton woman, right? We can do that later. The Bard's College. Is it the Shrine of Azura? Stormcloak Rebellion. Greybeards. There's Nettlebane. There's the Orl. We have a lot to do. Wrong button. Miscellaneous. Okay, where is this? Oh, he's right there. Okay. We can do that. Let's start with that, and I don't know, I guess we'll figure it out. So we've been over there. Okay. Wait, haven't I been there already? It says it's cleared. Also, what is this weapon that I have? Oh, the burning dagger. Okay. Might use this in the right hand. And for magic. I kinda wanna keep using the bound sword. Chest. Oh, close. Come on. Yeah. Oh, give me all that.
Picked a bad time to get lost.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Easy.
Never enough gold. Just need one good home.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Need me some scuba. Important stuff. Just one last time.
What are you doing?
Puny weak. Go ahead.
Yes! Yes! Let's go! I was so scared, Lydia almost died. Hell yeah. Return to focus. Meridia's beacon. Whoa.
A new hand touches the beacon.
What?
Listen, hear me and obey. A foul darkness has seeped into my temple. A darkness that you will destroy.
Yes, ma'am.
Return my beacon to Mount Kilcreath, and I will make you the instrument of my cleansing light.
Okay. Hey, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. New hand touches the beacon. She scared me. How far am I from a level? Oh, I'm so far. Crap. Okay. Let's see. But these barely weigh anything. That's really cool. That's really cool. I guess now we can sell the indent bow. Well, what else? Let's see. What else? I might drop. Do I want to drop that? How about we read some books and then throw them away, because we have a lot to read. How about that? Oh god. Whiterun Home Decorating Guide. Welcome to your new home. This decorating guide provides a list of packages that you can purchase from the steward of the hold. Each package contains furnishing and decor for a specific part of your house, and these will be delivered and placed for you upon purchase. All you need to do is provide the gold, and the steward will take care of the rest. The next time that you visit your home after making your purchases, you will see your new decorations and furnishing is in place. Okay, that's really cool. What the hell? Kitchen includes a fire pit, a small table and 2 chairs, as well as a shelf to store cooking supplies. Living room provides wall-mounted shelves, a few side tables and 2 chairs placed near the fire pit, all near the center of the ground floor. Dining room adds a long wooden table and bench, as well as shelves loaded with cutlery, dishes and cookware. Alchemy laboratory. Okay, we need that. This package adds an alchemy crafting station, a reading table and chair, and a large wardrobe to read to the rear area of the ground floor. This also includes the addition of a wall to divide the laboratory from the dining room. Children's bedroom. Instead of an alchemy laboratory, you can choose to furnish the room in the rear of your home with a cozy child's bedroom, including 2 beds, chests and wall hangings. Note that this package will replace the alchemy laboratory if you have already purchased it, and vice versa. Loft. This package includes a few chairs and tables to fill out the upper level loft. Bedroom adds 2 bedside tables, a dresser and a small table with 2 chairs to the master bedroom. This also includes the addition of a wall to give the bedroom added privacy. Huh. Interesting. Alright. Walking of the World. Oh wait, this is volume 11? Jesus Christ. Thief of Virtue. Let me tell the tale of the Thief of Virtue. In the land of Hammerfell, in the city of Such, there lived a baron who was quite wealthy. He was a noted collector of rare coins. The Baroness Veronique found the whole thing quite tedious. However, she did appreciate the lifestyle that the Baron's wealth provided. Ravius Terence was a noted thief. He claimed to be a master thief in the mythical guild of thieves. However, that was most likely just braggadocio? The only known thieves guild was wiped out over 450 years ago. Ravius decided that the Baron should share his wealth. Specifically, he should share it with Ravius. The wily thief crept into the Baron's castle one night, intending to do just that. The walls of the castle were noted for their height and unscalability. Ravius cleverly used an arrow of penetration to affix a rope to the top of the battlements. Once on the battlements, he had to evade the Baron's guards by hiding in the shadows of the crenellations. He was able to work his way to the keep undetected. Entering the keep was a child's play for a thief of his caliber. However, a cunning lock with no less than 13 pins protected the private quarters of the Baron. Ravius broke only 9 lockpicks to open it, using only a fork, a bit of string, and a wineskin. He disabled the 7 traps guarding the Baron's coin collection. Truly, Ravius was master among thieves. With the coins safely in his grasp, Ravius began his escape only to find the way blocked. The Baron had found the open door and was raising the guard to scour the castle. Ravius fled deeper into the castle, one step ahead of the questing guards. His only way out led through the boudoir of Baroness Veronique. He entered to find the lady preparing for bed. Now it should be said at this point that Ravius was noted for his handsome looks, while the Baroness was noted for her plainness. Both of these facts were immediately recognized by each of the pair. "Dost thou come to plunder my virtue?" asked the lady, all a tremble. "Nay, fair lady," Ravius said, thinking quickly. "Plunder be harsh term to apply upon such a delicate flower as your virtue. I see thou hast made off with my husband's precious coins. Revius looked deeply into her eyes and saw the only path by which he would escape this night with his life. It would require a double sacrifice. Though these coins are of rarest value, I have now found a treasure that is beyond all value, Revius said smoothly. Tell me, O beauteous one, why dost thy husband set 7 deadly traps around these tawdry coins, but only a simple lock on the door of his virtuous wife? Ignis protects those things that are dearest to him, Veronica replied with ire. I would give all the gold in my possession to spend but a moment basking in your radiance. With that, Revius set down the coins he had worked so hard to steal. The Baroness swooned into his arms. When the captain of the guard asked to search her quarters, she hid Revius most skillfully. Then she turned over the coins, claiming the thief dropped them while he fell out the window. With that sacrifice made, Revius steeled himself for the second. He robbed the Lady Veronica of her virtue that night. He robbed her of it several times, lasting well into the wee hours of the morning. Exhausted yet sated, he stole away in the pre-dawn hours. God damn. God damn. He knows what he's doing. Thief by Raven. If the reader has not yet had the pleasure of reading the first volume, oh, The Beggar. Yeah, we need to read that. We have the book. Oh no, we have the... Wait, is it The Beggar or The Beggar Prince? Also, we have a lot of duplicates, so we can get rid of those as well. Look. Blue. Firmament. Thief. Is it The Beggar Prince or just The Beggar? No, it's just The Beggar. Oh, god damn it. Let's start with the real Berenzia. No, I didn't mean to. Which one is it? There you go. 500 years ago in Mournhold, city of gems, there lived a blind widow and her only child, a tall, strapping young man. He was a miner, as was his father before him, a common laborer in the mines of the Lord of Mournhold. For his ability in magic was small, the work was honorable but paid poorly. His mother made and sold comberry cakes at the city market to help eke out their living. They did well enough, she said. They had enough to fill their bellies. No one could wear more than one suit of clothing at a time, and the roof leaked only when it rained. But Symmachus would have liked more. He hoped for a lucky strike at the mines, which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours he enjoyed hoisting a mug of ale in the tavern with his friends, and gambling with them at cards. Ooh, sorry about this. He also drew the eyes and sighs of more than one pretty elven lass, although none held his interest for long. He was a typical young dark elf of peasant descent, remarkable only for his size. It was rumored that he had a bit of Nordic blood in him. In Symmachus' 30th year, there was a great rejoicing in Mournhold. A girl child had been born to the lord and lady. A queen, the people sang. A queen is born to us. For among the people of Mournhold, the birth of an heiress is a sure sign of future peace and prosperity. When the time came around for the royal child's rite of naming, the mines were closed and Symmachus dashed home to bathe in and dress in his best. I'll rush straight home and tell you all about it, he promised his mother, who would not be able to attend. She had been ailing, and besides, there would be great rush of people, as all Mournhold turned out to be part of the blessed event, and being blind, she would unable to see anything anyway. My son, she said, before you go, fetch me a priest or healer, else I may pass from the mortal plane ere you return. Symmachus crossed to her palate at once and noted anxiously that her forehead was very hot and her breathing shallow. He pried loose a slat of the wooden floor under which their small hoard of savings was kept. There wasn't nearly enough to pay a priest for healing. He would have to give what they had and owe the rest. Symmachus snatched up his cloak and hurried away. The streets were full of folk hurrying to the sacred grove, but the temples were locked and barred. Closed for the ceremony, read all the signs. Symmachus elbowed his way through the mob and managed to overtake a brown-robed priest. "After the rite, brother," the priest said. "If you have gold, I shall gladly attend your mother. Milord has bidden all clerics attend, and I, for one, have no wish to offend him." My mother is desperately ill," Symmachus pleaded. "Surely Milord will not miss one lowly priest." "True, but the archcanon will," the priest said nervously, tearing his robe loose from Symmachus' desperate grip and vanishing into the crowd. Oh man. Symmachus tried other priests and even a few mages, but with no better result. Armored guards marched through the street and pushed him aside with their lances, and Symmachus realized that the royal procession was approaching. As the carriage bearing the city's rulers drew abreast, Symmachus rushed out from the crowd and shouted, "Milord, Milord, my mother's dying!" "I forbid her to do so on this glorious night," the Lord shouted, laughing and scattering coin into the throng. Symmachus was close enough to smell wine on the royal breath. On the other side of the carriage, his lady clutched the babe to her breast and stared slit-eyed at Symmachus. Her nostrils flared in disdain. "Guards," she cried, "remove this oaf!" Rough hands seized Symmachus. He was beaten and left dazed by the side of the road. Symmachus, head aching, followed in the wake of the crowd and witnessed the rite of naming from the top of a hill. He could see the brown-robed clerics and blue-robed mages gathered near the highborn folk far below, Berenzia. The name came dimly to Symmachus' ears as the high priest lifted the swaddled babe and proffered her to the twin moons on either side of the horizon. Dawn rising, Jode settling. Behold the Lady Berenzia, born to the land of Mournhold. Grant her thy blessings and thy counsel, ye kind gods, that she may never rule well over Mournhold, its ken and its wheel, its kit and its ilk. Bless her, all the people intoned along with their lord and lady, hands upraised. Only Symmachus stood silent, head bowed, knowing in his heart that his dear mother was gone, and in silence he swore a mighty oath that he should be his lord's bane, and in vengeance for his mother's needless death the child Berenzia he should have for his own bride, and that his mother's grandchildren should be born to rule over Mournhold. Ooh! After the ceremony, he watched impassively as the royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the priest, that whom he'd first spoken. A man came gladly enough now in return for the gold Symmachus had and a promise of more afterward. They found his mother dead. The priest sighed and tucked the pouch of gold coins away. "I'm sorry, brother, it's all right. You can forget the rest of the gold. There is aught I can do here, likely." "Give me back my money," Symmachus snarled. "You've done naught to earn it." He lifted his right arm threateningly. The priest backed away, about to utter a curse, but Symmachus shrugged him across the face before more than 3 words had left his mouth. He went down heavily, striking his head sharply on one of the stones that formed the fire pit. He died instantly. Symmachus snatched up the gold and fled the city. As he ran, he muttered one word over and over, like a sorcerer's chant. "Berenzia," he said, "Berenzia, Berenzia." Berenzia stood one of the balconies of the palace, staring down into the courtyard where soldiers milled, dazzling in their armor. Presently they formed into ordered ranks and cheered as her parents The lord and lady emerged from the palace, clad from head to toe in ebony armor, long purple-dyed fur cloaks flowing behind. Splendidly caparisoned, shining black horses were brought for them, and they mounted and rode to the courtyard gates and turned to salute her. "Brenzia," they cried. "Brenzia, our beloved, farewell." The little girl blinked back tears and waved one hand bravely. Her favorite stuffed animal, a grey wolf cub she called Woofen, clutched to her breast with the other. She had never been parted from her parents before and had no idea what it meant, save that there was war in the west and the name Tiber Septim was on everyone's lips, spoken in hate and dread. "Brenzia!" the soldiers cried, lifting their lances and swords and bows. Then her dear parents turned and rode away, knights trailing in their wake until the courtyard was nearly emptied. Give me a sec. Hey Poner, thank you for the alert, buddy. Yeah. Should I lift my microphone or can you hear me like this? I wonder if there is anyone who could reply. Because for me it feels a bit like it's too low, but I don't know if you can hear me well. So if there is anyone in chat, please, please help. Alright, I lifted it a bit. I can hear you well? Oh, thank you. Sorry for pulling you out of lurk, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Sometimes after came a day when Brenzia was shaken awake by her nurse, dressed hurriedly and borne from the palace. All she could remember was a dreadful time was seeing a huge shadow with burning eyes filling the sky. She was passed from hand to hand, foreign soldiers appeared, disappeared, and sometimes reappeared. Her nurse vanished and was replaced by strangers, some more strange than others. There were days, or it may have been weeks, of travel. One morning she awoke to step out of the coach into a cold place with a large grey stone castle amid empty endless grey-green hills covered patchily with grey-white snow. She clutched Woofen to her breast in both hands and stood blinking and shivering in the grey dawn, feeling very small and very dark in all this endless space, this endless grey-white space. She and Hannah, a brown-skinned, black-haired maid who had been traveling with her for several days, went inside the keep. A large grey-white woman with icy grey-golden hair was standing by a hearth in one of the rooms. She stared at Brenzia with dreadful, bright blue eyes. "She's very black, isn't she?" the woman remarked to Hannah. "I've never seen a dark elf before." "I don't know much about them myself, milady," Hannah said, "but this one's got red hair and a temper to match. I can tell you that. Take care, she bites, and worse. I'll soon train her out of that." And the other woman sniffed. "And what's that filthy thing she's got? Ugh!" The woman snatched Woofen away and threw him into the blazing heart. Brenzia shrieked and would have flung herself after him, but was held back despite her attempts to bite and claw at her captors. Poor Woofen was reduced to a tiny heap of charred ash. Brenzia grew like a weed transplanted to a Skyrim garden, a ward of Count Swan and his wife, the Lady Inga. Outwardly that is, she thrived, but always there was a cold, empty place within. I've raised her as my own daughter, Lady Inga was wont to sigh as she sat gossiping when neighboring ladies came to visit. "But she's a dark elf. What can you expect? Brenzia was not meant to overhear these words. At least she thought she was not. Her hearing was keener than that of her Nordic hosts. The other less desirable dark elven traits evidently included pilfering, lying, and little misplaced magic. Just a small fire spell here and a little levitation spell there. And as she grew older, a keen interest in boys and men who could provide very pleasant sensations, and to her astonishment, gifts as well. Inga disapproved of this last for reasons incomprehensible to Branzia, so she was careful to keep it as secret as possible. She's wonderful with the children, Inga added, referring to her 5 sons, all younger than Branzia. I don't think she'd ever let them come to harm. A tutor had been hired when Johnny was 6 and Branzia 8, and they took their lessons together. She would have liked to train in arms as well, but the very idea scandalized Count Sven and Lady Inga, so Branzia was given a small bow and allowed to play at target shooting with the boys. She watched them at arms practice when she could, sparred with them when no grown-up folk were about, and knew she was good as or better than they. She's very proud though, isn't she? One of the ladies would whisper to Inga, and Branzia, pretending not to hear, would nod silently in agreement. She could not help but feel superior to the Count and his lady. There was something about them that provoked contempt. Afterwards, she came to learn that Sven and Inga were distant cousins of Darkmoor Keep's last titled residents, and she finally understood they were posers, impostors, not rulers at all. At least they were not raised to rule. This thought made her strangely furious at them, a good clean hatred quite detached from resentment. She came to see them as disgusting and repellent insects who could be despised but never feared. Once a month a courier came from the Emperor bringing a small bag of gold for Sven and Inga and a large bag of dried mushrooms from Morrowind for Branzia, a favorite treat. On these occasions she was always made to look presentable, or at least as presentable as a skinny dark elf could be made look to Inga's eyes before being summoned into the courier's presence for a brief interview. The same courier seldom came twice, but all of them looked her over in much the same way a farmer would look over a hog he's readying for market. In the spring of her 16th year, Branzia thought the courier looked as if she were at last ready for market. Upon reflection, she decided she did not wish to be marketed. The stable boy Stroh, a big, muscular blonde lad, clumsy, gentle, affectionate, and rather simple, had been urging her to run off for some weeks now. Branzia stole the bag of gold the courier had left, took the mushrooms from the storeroom, disguised herself as a boy in one of Johnny's old tunics and a pair of his cast-off breeches, and on the fine spring night she and Stroll took the 2 best horses from the stable and rode hard through the night toward Whiterun, the nearest city of any importance and the place where Stroll wanted to be. But Mournhold and Morrowind also lay eastward, and they drew Branzia as a lodestone draws iron. In the morning they abandoned the horses at Branzia's insistence. She knew they would be missed and tracked down, and she hoped to throw away any pursuers. They continued on foot until late afternoon, keeping to the side roads, and slept for several hours in an abandoned hut. They went on at dusk and came to Whiterun city gates just before dawn. Branzia had prepared a pass of sorts for Stroh, a makeshift document stating an errand to a temple in the city for a local village lord. She herself glided over the wall with the help of a levitation spell. She had reasoned correctly, as it turned out that by now the gate guards would have been alerted to keep an eye out for a young dark elven girl and a Nordic boy traveling together. On the other hand, unaccompanied country yokels like Stroh were a common enough sight. Alone and with papers, it was unlikely that he would draw attention. Her simple plan went smoothly. She met Stroh at the temple, which was not far from the gate. She had been to Whiterun on a few previous occasions. Stroh, however, had never been more than a few miles from Swen's estate, which was his birthplace. Together they made their way to a rundown inn in the poorer quarters of Whiterun. Gloved, cloaked, and hooded against the morning chill, Branzia's dark skin and red eyes were not apparent, and no one paid any heed to them. They entered the inn separately. Stroh paid the innkeeper for a single cubicle, an immense meal, and 2 jugs of ale. Branzia sneaked in a few minutes later. They ate and drank together gleefully, rejoicing in their escape, and made love vigorously on a narrow cot. Afterwards they fell into exhausted, dreamless sleep. They stayed for a week at Whiterun. Stroh earned a bit of money running errands, and Branzia burgled a few houses at night. She continued to dress as a boy. She cut her hair short and dyed her flame-red tresses jet black to further the disguise, and kept out of sight as much as possible. There were few dark elves in Whiterun. One day Stroh got them work as temporary guards for a merchant caravan traveling east. The one-armed sergeant looked her over dubiously. "Ha," he cackled. "Dark elf, ain't ya? Like setting a wolf to guard the sheep." That is. Still, I need arms, and we ain't got near enough Morrowind, so you can betray us to your folk. Our homegrown bandits would as fain cut your throat as mine. The sergeant turned to give Stroh an appraising look. Then he spun back abruptly toward Branzia, whipping out his short sword. But she had her dagger out in the twinkling of an eye, and it was in a defensive stance. Stroh drew his own knife and circled around the man's rear. The sergeant dropped his blade and chuckled again. "Not bad, kids, not bad. How are you with yon bow, Dark Elf?" Branzia demonstrated her prowess briefly. "Aye, not bad at all. And you'll be keen of eye by night, boy, and of bear in tall times." A trusty Dark Elf makes as good a fighting man as any could ask for. "I know. I served under Symmachus himself before I lost this arm, and I got him invalided outer the Emperor's army. We could betray them. I know folk who would pay well," Stroh said later as they bedded down for their last night in the ramshackle lodge. "Or rob them ourselves. They are very rich, those merchants are. Barry. Give me a sec. Oh, my neck. Oh. It hurts to turn. It really hurts." This book is long. Very long. Branzia laughed. Whatever would we do with so much money? And besides, we need their protection for traveling quite as much as they need ours. We could buy a little farm, you and me, Barry, and settle down all nice like. Peasants? Branzia thought scornfully. Stroh was a peasant and harbored nothing but peasant dreams. But all she said was, "Not here, Stroh. We're too close to Darkmoor still. We'll have other chances farther east." The caravan went only as far east as Sungard. The Emperor Tiber Septim I had done much in the way of building relatively safe and regularly patrolled highways, but the tolls were steep, and this particular caravan kept to the side of the roads as much as possible to avoid them. This exposed them to the hazards of wayside robbers, both human and orcish, and the roving brigand bands of various races, but such were the perils of trade and profit. They had two such encounters before reaching Sungard, an ambush which Branzia's keen ears warned them off in plenty of time for them to circle around and surprise the lurkers, and a night attack by a mixed band of Khajiit humans and wood elves. The latter were a skilled band, and even Brenzia did not hear them sneaking up in time to give much warning. This time the fighting was fierce. The attackers were driven off, but 2 of the caravan's other guards were slain, and Stroh got a nasty cut on his thigh before he and Brenzia managed to gash his Khajiit assailant throat. Brenzia rather enjoyed the life. The garrulous sergeant had taken a liking to her, and she spent most of her evenings sitting around the campfire listening to his tales of campaigning in Morrowind with Tiber Septim and General Symmachus. This Symmachus had been made general after Mournhold fell. The sergeant said, "He is a fine soldier, boy, Symmachus is. He's a fine soldier, boy, Symmachus is." But there was more soldiery involved that Morrowind Morrowind business, if you take my meaning. But well, you know, all about that I suspect. No, I don't remember, Brenzia said, trying to sound nonchalant. I've lived most of my life in Skyrim. My mother married a Skyrim man. They're both dead though. Tell me what happened to the Lord and Lady of Mournhold. The sergeant shrugged. I never heard that, I suspect. It was a lot of fighting before the armistice got signed. It's pretty quiet now. Maybe too quiet, like a calm before the storm. Say, boy, you going back there? Maybe, Brenzia said. The truth was that she was drawn irresistibly to Morrowind and Mournhold, like a moth to a burning house. Stroh sensed it and was unhappy about it. He was unhappy away since they could not bed together as she was supposed to be a boy. Brenzia rather missed it too, but not as much as Stroh did seemingly. The sergeant wanted them to sign on for the return trip, but gave them bonus nonetheless when they turned the offer down and parchments of recommendation. Stroh wanted to settle down permanently near Sungard, but Brenzia insisted on continuing their travels east. I'm the Queen of Mournhold by rights, she said, unsure whether it was true or was it just daydream she made up as a lost, bewildered child. I want to go home, I need to go home. That at least was true. After a few weeks they managed to get places in another caravan heading east. By early winter they were at Riften and nearing the Morrowind border, but the weather had grown severe as the days passed, and they were told no merchant caravans would be setting forth till mid-spring. Brenzia stood on the top of the city walls and stared across the deep gorge that separated Riften from the snow-clad mountain wall guarding Morrowind beyond. Barry, Stroh said gently, Mournhold's a long way off yet, nearly as far as we've come already, and the lands between are wild, full of wolves and bandits and orcs and still worse creatures. We'll have to wait for the spring. There is Silgrot Tower, Barry said, referring to the dark elven township that had grown up around an ancient minaret guarding the border between Skyrim and Morrowind. The bridge guards won't let me cross, Barry. They are crack Imperial troops. They can't be bribed. If you go alone, but go alone. I won't try and stop you, but what will you do? Silgrot Tower is full of Imperial soldiers. Will you become a washing woman for them? Or a camp follower? No, Brenzia said slowly, thoughtfully. Actually, the idea was not entirely unappealing. She was sure she could earn a modest living by sleeping with the soldiers. She'd had a few adventures of that sort as they crossed Skyrim. When she dressed as a woman and slipped away from Stroh, she'd only been looking for a bit of variety. Stroh was sweet but dull. She'd been startled but extremely pleased when the man she picked up offered her money afterwards. Stroh had been unhappy about it though, and would shout for a while, then sulk for days afterwards if he caught her at it. Sorry if you hear my washing machine in the background. Ads are starting soon, by the way, on Twitch. He was quite jealous. He even threatened to leave her, not that he ever did, or could. But the Imperial Guards were a tough and brutal lot by all accounts, and Branzia had heard some very ugly stories during their treks. The ugliest of them was by far had come from the lips of ex-army veterans around the caravan campfire, and were proudly recounted. They had been trying to shock her and Straw, she realized, but she also comprehended that there was some truth behind the wild tales. Straw hated that kind of dirty talk and hated it more that she had to hear it. But there was a part of him that was fascinated by nevertheless. Branzia sensed this and had encouraged Straw to seek out other women, but she said he didn't want anyone else but her. She told him candidly she didn't feel that way about him, but she did like him better than anyone else. Then why do you go with other men? Straw had asked on one occasion. I don't know. Straw sighed. They say dark elven women are like that. Branzia smiled and shrugged. I don't know, or no, maybe I do. Yes, I do know. She turned and kissed him affectionately. I guess that's all the explanation there is. Alright. Ads are starting. I'm gonna take a small break. Get up and stretch and such. You guys do the same as well. Get up, hydrate, stretch. Don't sit at the desk all day. And I see you all in 3 minutes. Crap, where is my... Wait, where did my... Oh, crap. Okay. I might have accidentally deleted my BRB scene, so I'm gonna do this. Boop. Alrighty, welcome back everyone from the ad break. Let's continue the game. shall we? Boom. Alright, I still got a few books to read. Wonder how long this is. Quite long. Oh my god, it is very long. It keeps on going! Oh my god! I guess today is just a reading stream, huh? Alright, let's read this. Branzi and Stroh settled into Riften for the winter, taking a cheap room in the slummier section of town. Branzia wanted to join the Thieves Guild, knowing there would be trouble if she were caught freelancing. One day in a bar room, she caught the eye of a known member of the guild, a bald young Khajiit named Terrace. She offered to bet him if he would sponsor her membership. He looked her over, agreeing, and agreed, but said she'd still have to pass an initiation. What sort of initiation? Oh, Terrace said. Pay up first. Sweetness. This passage has been censored by order of the temple. Stroh was going to kill her, and maybe Terrace too. What in Tamriel had possessed her to do such a thing? She cast an apprehensive look around the room, but the other patrons had lost interest and gone back to their own business. She did not recognize any of them. This wasn't the inn where she and Stroh were staying. Luck it would be a while or never before Stroh find out. Terrace was by far the most exciting and attractive man she had yet met. He not only taught her about the skills she needed to become a member of the Thieves Guild, but also trained her in them himself, else introduced her to people who could. Among these was a woman who knew something about magic, Katisha, who was a plump and matronly Nord. She was married to a smith, had two teenage children, and was perfectly ordinary and respectable, except that she was very fond of cats and, by logical interference, their humanoid counterparts, the Khajiit. Had a talent for certain kinds of magic and cultivated rather odd friends. She taught Branzia an invisibility spell and schooled her in other forms of stealth and disguise. Katisha mingled magic and magical and non-magical talents freely, using one set to enhance the other. She was not a member of the Thieves Guild, but was fond of Terrace, and in a motherly sort of way, Branzia warmed to her as she never had toward any woman, and over the next few weeks she told Katisha all about herself. She brought Stroh there too sometimes. Stroh approved of Katisha but not of Terrace. Terrace found Stroh interesting and suggested to Branzia that they arrange what he called a threesome. Absolutely not, Branzia said firmly, grateful that Terrace had broached the subject in private for once. He wouldn't like it. I wouldn't like it. Terrace smiled in his charming triangular feline smile and sprawled lazily on his chair, stretching his limbs and curling his tail. You might be surprised, both of you. Pairing is so boring. Branzia answered him with a glare. Or maybe you wouldn't like it with that country bumpkin of yours, Sweetness. Would you mind if I brought along another friend? Yes, I would. If you're bored with me, you and your friend can find someone else. She was a member of the Thieves Guild now. She had passed the initiation. She found Terrace useful but not essential. Maybe she was a bit bored with him too. She talked to Katisha about her problems with man, or what she thought of as her problems with man. Katisha shook her head and told her she was looking for love, not sex, that she'd known the right man when she found him, that neither Stroh or Terrace was the right one for her. Branzia cocked her head to one side quizzically. Quizzically? Is that a Z? That's a Z. Quizzically. That's a weird Z. Say dark elven women are pro something. Prostitutes? She said, although she was dubious. You mean promiscuous? Although some do become prostitutes, I suppose. Katisha said as an afterthought. Elves are promiscuous when they are young, but you'll outgrow it. Perhaps you are beginning to already. She added hopefully. She liked Brenzia, had grown to be quite fond of her. You ought to meet some nice elven boys, though. If you go on keeping company with Khajiits and humans and what have you, you'll find yourself pregnant in next to no time. Brenzia smiled involuntarily at the thought. I'd like that, I think, but it would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Babies are a lot of trouble and I don't even have my own house yet. How old are you, Barry? 17? Well, you have a year or two yet before you are fertile, unless you are very unlucky. Elves don't have children readily with other elves after that. Even so, you'll be alright if you stick with them. Brenzia remembered something else. Stroh wants to buy a farm and marry me. Is that what you want? No, not yet. Maybe someday. Yes, someday, but not if I can't be queen, and not just any queen, the Queen of Mournhold, she said this determinedly, almost stubbornly, as it was drown out, as if to drown out any doubt. Katisha chose to ignore this last comment. She was amused at the girl's hyperactive imagination, took it as a sign of a well-functioning mind. I think Stroh will be a very old man before someday comes, Barry. Elves live for a very long time. Katisha's face briefly wore the envious, wistful look humans got when contemplating the 1,000-year lifespan elves had been granted by the gods. True, few ever actually lived that long as disease and violence took their respective tolls, but they could. And one or two of them actually did. I like old men too, Barry said. Katisha laughed. Brenzia fidgeted impatiently while Terry sorted through the papers on the desk. He was being meticulous and methodical, carefully replacing everything just as he'd found it. They'd broken into a nobleman's household, leaving Stroh to hover outside as lookout. Terry had said it was a simple job, but very hush-hush. He hadn't even wanted to bring any other guild members along. He said he knew he could trust Barry and Stroh, but no one else. Tell me, what are you looking for and I'll find it, Barry whispered urgently. Terry's night sight wasn't as good as hers, and he didn't want her to magic up even a small orb of light. She had never been in such a luxurious place, not even the Darkmoor castle of Count Swan and Lady Inga where she had spent her childhood compared to it. She'd gazed around in wonder as they made their way through the ornately decorated and hugely echoing downstairs rooms. Terry didn't seem interested in anything but the desk in the small book-lined study in the upper floor. Shh! He hissed angrily. Someone's coming, Barry said, the moment before the door opened and two dark figures stepped into the room. Terry gave her a violent shove toward them and sprang to the window. Brenzia's muscles went rigid. She couldn't move or even speak. She watched helplessly as one of the figures, the smaller one, leaped after Terrace. There were two quick silent stabs of blue light, then Terrace folded over into a still heap. Outside the study, the house had come alive with hastening footsteps and voices calling out in alarm, and the clank of armor hurriedly put on. The bigger man, a dark elf by the looks of him, half lifted, half dragged Terrace to the door and thrust him into the waiting arms of another elf. A jerk of the first elves had sent his smaller blue-robed companion after them. Then he sauntered over to inspect Brenzia, who was once again able to move, although her head throbbed maddeningly when she tried to. "Open your shirt, Brenzia," the elf said. Brenzia gawked at him and clutched it closed. "You're a girl, aren't you, Barry?" he said softly. "You should have stopped dressing as a boy months ago, you know. You were only drawing attention to yourself and calling yourself Barry." Is your friend Stro too stupid to remember anything else? It's a common elven name, Branzia defended. The man shook his head sadly. Not among dark elves. It isn't, my dear. But you wouldn't know much about dark elves, would you? I regret that, but it couldn't be helped. No matter, I shall try to remedy it. Who are you? Branzia demanded. AI. AI? I? So much for fame. So much for fame. The man shrouded, smiling wearily. I am Symmachus, milady Branzia, General Symmachus of his awesome and terrible majesty Tiber Septim, the Third's Imperial Army. And I must say, it's a merry chase you've led me throughout Tamriel. Or this part of it anyway, although I guessed, and I guessed correctly, that you'd head for Morrowind eventually. You had a bit of luck. A body was found in Whiterun that was thought to be Stroh's, so we stopped looking for the pair of you. That was careless of me, yet I'd not have thought you'd have stayed together this long. Where is he? Is he alright? She asked in genuine trepidation. Oh, it's fine for now. In custody, of course. He turned away. You care for him, then? He said, and then suddenly stared at her with fierce curiosity. Out of red eyes. What? Oh. Out of red eyes. That seemed strange to her, except in her own seldom seen reflection. He's my friend, Branzia said. The words came out in a tone that sounded dull and hopeless to her own ears. Symmachus, a general in the Imperial Army, no less, said to have the friendship of Tiber Septim himself. Aye, you seem to have several unsuitable friends. If you forgive my saying so, milady. Stop calling me that. She was irritated at the general's seeming sarcasm, but he only smiled. As he talked, the bustle and flurry in the house died away, although she could still hear people, presumably the residents, whispering together not far off. The tall elf perched himself on a corner of the desk. He seemed quite relaxed and prepared to stay a while. Then it occurred to her. Several unsuitable friends, he said. This man knew all about her, or seemed to know enough anyway, which amounted to the same thing. What's going to happen to them? To me? Ah, as you know, this house belongs to the commander of the Imperial troops in this arena, which means to say that it belongs to me. Branzia gasped, and Symmachus looked up sharply. What? You didn't know? Why, you are rash, milady. Even for 17, you must always know what it is you do or get yourself into. But the guild wouldn't have. Branzia was trembling. The Thieves Guild would never have attempted a mission that crossed Imperial policy. No one dared oppose Tiber Septim, at least no one she knew of. Someone at the guild had bungled badly, and now she was going to pay for it. I dare say it's unlikely that Terris had guild approval for this. In fact, I wonder. Symmachus examined the desk carefully, pulling out the drawers. He selected one, placed it on top of the desk, and removed the false bottom. There was a folded sheet of parchment inside. It seemed to be a map of some sort. Branzia edged closer. Symmachus held it away from her, laughing. Rash indeed. He glanced it over and folded and replaced it. You advised me a moment ago to seek after knowledge. So I did. Suddenly he seemed to be in a high good humor. We must be going, my dear lady. He shepherded her to the door, down the stairs, and out into the night air. No one was about. Branzia's eyes darted toward the shadows. She wondered if she could outrun him or elude him somehow. You're not thinking of attempting to escape, are you? Don't you want to hear first what my plans for you are? She thought that it sounded a bit hurt. Now that you mention it, yes. Perhaps you'd rather hear about your friends first. No. He looked gratified at this. It was evidently the answer he wanted, thought Branzia, but it was also the truth. While she was concerned for her friends, especially Stroh, she was far more concerned for herself. You will take your place as the rightful queen of Mournhold. Zemeckis explained that this had been his and Tiber Septim's plan for her all along, that Mournhold, which had been under military rule for the dozen or so years since she had been away, was gradually to be returned to civilian government under the Empire's guidance, of course, and as part of the Imperial province of Morrowind. But why was I sent to Darkmoor? Branzia asked, hardly believing anything she had just been told. For safekeeping, naturally. Why did you run away? Branzia shrugged. I saw no reason to stay. I should have been told. You would have been by now. I had in fact sent for you to be removed from the Imperial City to spend some time as part of the Emperor's household, but of course you had, shall we say, absconded by then. As for your destiny, it should be and should have been quite obvious to you. Tiber Septim does not keep those he has no use for, and what else could you be that would be of use to him? I know nothing of him, nor for that matter of you. Then know this: Tiber Septim rewards friends and foes alike according to their deserts. Branzia chewed on that for a few moments. Stroh has deserved well of me and has never done anyone any harm. He is not a member of the Thieves Guild. He came along to protect me. He earns our keep by running errands. And Zemeckis waved her impatiently to silence. I know all about Stroh, he said, and about Terrace. He stared at her intently. So, what would you? She took a deep breath. Stroh wants a little farm. If I'm to be rich, then I would like for one to be given to him. Very well, he seemed astonished at this, and then pleased. Done. He shall have it. And Terrace? He betrayed me, Branzia said coldly. Terrace should have told her what risk the job entailed. Besides, he pushed her right into the enemy's arms in an attempt to save himself. Not a man to be rewarded, not in fact a man to be trusted. Yes, and? Well, he should be made to suffer for it, shouldn't he? That seems reasonable. What form should Seth's suffering take? Branzia balled her hands into fists. She would have liked to beat and claw at the Khajiit herself, but considering the turn events had taken, that didn't seem very queenly. A whipping, 20 stripes be too many, do you think? I don't want to do him any permanent injury, you understand, just teach him a lesson. Aye, of course. Zemeckis grinned at this. Then his features suddenly set and became serious. It shall be done, your highness, milady Queen Branzia of Mournhold. Then he bowed to her, a sweeping, courtly, ridiculously wonderful bow. Branzia's heart leapt. She spent 2 days at Zemeckis' apartment, during which she was kept very busy. There was a dark elven woman named Dreliane, who saw to her needs, although she did not exactly seem a servant, since she took her meals with them, nor did she seem to be Zemeckis' wife or lover. Dreliane looked amused when Branzia asked her about it. She simply said she was in the general's employ and did whatever was asked of her. With Dreliane's assistance, several fine gauze and pairs of shoes were ordered for her, plus a riding habit of boots, along with other small necessities. Branzia was given a room to herself. Zemeckis was out a great deal. She saw him at most mealtimes, but he said little about himself or what he had been doing. He was cordial and polite, quite willing to converse on most subjects, and seemed interested in anything she had to say. Dreliane was much the same. Branzia found them pleasant enough, but hard to get to know. As Katisha would have put it. She felt an odd twinge of disappointment. These were the first Dark Elves with whom she associated closely. She had expected to feel comfortable with them, to feel at least that she belonged somewhere with somebody, as part of something. Instead, she found herself yearning for the Nordic friends Katisha and Shro. When Zemeckis told her they were to set out for the Imperial City on the morrow, she had asked if she could say goodbye to them. Katisha? He asked. Aye, but then I suppose I owe her something. It was who led me to you by telling me of a lonely dark elven girl named Barry who needed elven friends and who sometimes dressed as a boy. She has no association with the Thieves Guild apparently, and no one associated with the Thieves Guild seems to know your true identity. Save Terrace, that is well. I prefer that your former guild membership not be made public knowledge. Please speak of it to no one, your highness. Such a past does not become an imperial queen. No one knows but Shro and Terrace, and they won't tell anyone. No, he smiled, a curious little smile. No, they won't. Uh-oh. That's scary. I don't know. Are they gonna be fine? He didn't know that Katisha knew then, but still, there was something about the way he said it. Shro came to their apartment in the morning of their departure. They were left alone in the salon, although Brenzia knew that other elves were within earshot. He looked drawn and pale. They hugged one another silently for a few minutes. Shro's shoulders were shaking and tears were rolling down his cheeks. But he said nothing. Brenzia tried to smile. So we both get what we want, eh? I'm to be a queen of Mournhold, and you will be a lord of your own farmstead. She took his hand, smiled at him warm genuinely. I'll write you, Shro, I promise. You must find a scribe so you can write me too. Shro shook his head sadly. When Brenzia persisted, he opened his mouth and pointed at it, making inarticulate noises. When she realized what it was, his tongue was gone. Had been cut off. Brenzia collapsed onto a chair and wept noisily. But why? She demanded Zemeckis. She demanded of Zemeckis when Shro had been ushered away. Why? Zemeckis shrugged. He knows too much. He could be dangerous. At least he's alive, but he won't need his tongue to raise pigs or whatever. I hate you, Brenzia screamed at him, then abruptly doubled over and vomited on the floor. She continued to revile him. Revel him between intermittent bouts and nausea. He listened stolidly for some time while Drellian cleaned up after her. Finally, he told her to cease or he would gag her for her journey to the Emperor. They stopped at Katisha's house on their way out of the city. Zemeckis and Drellian didn't dismount. All seemed normal, but Brenzia was frightened as she knocked on the door. Katisha answered the knock. Brenzia thanked the gods silently. At least she was alright, but she'd also obviously been weeping. In any case, she embraced Brenzia warmly. Why are you crying? Brenzia asked. For Terrace, of course. You haven't heard? Oh dear, poor Terrace, he's dead. Brenzia felt icy fingers creeping around her heart. He was caught stealing from the commandant's house. Poor fellow, but that was so foolish of him. Oh, Barry. He was drawn and quartered this very dawn by the commandant's order. She started to sob. I went. He asked for me. It was terrible. He suffered so before he died. I'll never forget it. I looked for you and Shro, but no one knew where you'd both gone to. She glanced behind Brenzia. That's the commandant, isn't it, Zemeckis? Then Katisha did a strange thing. She stopped crying and grinned. You know, the moment I saw him, I thought, this is the one for Brenzia. Katisha took a fold of her apron and wiped it across her eyes. I told him about you, you know. Yes, Brenzia said, I know. She took Katisha's hands of each hers and looked at her earnestly. Katisha, I love you. I'm going to miss you, but please don't ever tell anyone else about me. Ever, swear you won't, especially not to Zemeckis. and look after Straw for me. Promise me that. Katisha promised, puzzled, though willing. Barry, it wasn't somehow because of me that Terrace was caught, was it? I never said anything to Terrace, to him. She glanced over at the general. Baranzia assured her that it wasn't, and that an informant had told the Imperial Guard of Terrace's plans, which was probably a lie, but she could see that Katisha plainly needed some kind of comfort. Oh, I'm glad of that. If I can be glad of anything just now, I'd hate to think, but how could I have known? She leaned over and whispered in Baranzia's ear. Zemeckis is very handsome, don't you think? And so charming. I wouldn't know about that, Baranzia said dryly. I haven't really thought about it. There have been other things to think about. She explained hurriedly about being Queen of Mournhold and going to live in the Imperial City for a while. He was looking for me, that's all, on orders from the Emperor, and I was the object of a quest, nothing more than some sort of a goal. I don't think he thinks of me as a woman at all. He said he didn't look for a... He said I didn't look like a boy, though. She added in the face of Katisha in the face of Katisha's incredulity. Katisha knew that Baranzia evaluated every male she met in terms of sexual desirability and availability. I suppose it's the shock of finding out that I really am a queen, she added, and Katisha agreed that yes, that's true, that must have been something of a shock, although one there was no likelihood of her experiencing firsthand. She smiled. Baranzia smiled with her. Then they hugged again tearfully for the last time. She never saw Katisha again. Or Straw. The royal party left Riften by the great southern gate. Once through, Zemeckis tapped her shoulder and pointed back at the portals. I thought you might want to say goodbye to Terrace too, Your Highness, he said. Baranzia stared briefly but steadily at the head impaled on the spike above the gate. The birds had been at it, but the face was still recognizable. I don't think he'll hear me, although I'm quite sure he'll be pleased to know I'm fine, she said, seeming to sound light. Let's be on our way, General, shall we? Zemeckis was clearly disappointed by her lack of reaction. Ah, you heard of this from your friend Katisha, I suppose? You suppose correctly. She attended the execution, Baranzia said casually. If he didn't know already, he'd find out soon enough, she was sure of that. Did she know Terrace belonged to the guild? She shrugged. Everyone knew that. It's only lower-ranking members like me who are supposed to keep their membership secret. The ones higher up are well known. She turned to smile archly at him. But you must know all that, shouldn't you, General? She said sweetly. He seemed unaffected by this, so I told her who you were and whence you came, but not about the guild. The guild membership was not my secret to tell. The other was. There's a difference. Besides, Katisha is a very honest woman. Had I told her, it would have lessened me in her eyes. She was always after Terrace to take up a more honest line of work. I value her good opinion. She afforded him a glacial stare. Not that it's any concern of yours, but do you know what else she thought? She also thought I'd be happier if I settled down with just one man. One man of my own race, one of my own race with all the right qualities. One of my own race with all the right qualities who knows to say all the right things. You, in fact. She grabbed the reins, preparatory to assuming a brisker pace, but not without sinking in one final irresistible barb. Isn't it odd how wishes come true sometimes, but not in a way you want them to? Or maybe I should say, not in a way you would ever want them to? His answer so took her by surprise that she quite forgot about cantering off. Yes, very odd, he replied, and his tone matched his words exactly. Then he excused himself and fell behind. She held her head high and urged her mount onwards, trying to look unimpressed. Now Now what was it about his response that bothered her? Not what he said, no, it wasn't it, but sometimes about the way he said it. Something about it made her think that she, Brenzia, was one of his wishes that had come true. Unlikely as this seemed, she gave it due deliberation. He had found her at last. After months of searching, it seemed under pressure from the Emperor, no doubt. So his wish had to come true, yes, that must be it. But in a way apparently not altogether to his liking. Ha ha ha. She doesn't know yet. Alright. Next, Volume 3. I'm still missing Volume 4. For several days Brenzia felt a wave of sorrow at her separation from her friend. But by the second week out, her spirits began to rise a little. She found that she enjoyed being on the road again, although she missed Stroh's companionship more than she would have thought. They were escorted by a troop of Red Guard knights with whom she felt comfortable, although these were much more disciplined and decorous than the guards of the merchant caravans she had spent time with. They were genial but respectful towards her, despite her attempts at flirtation. Symmachus scolded her privately, saying a queen must maintain royal dignity at all times. "You mean I'm never to have any fun?" she inquired petulantly. "Aye, not with such as these. They are beneath you. Graciousness is to be desired from those in authority, milady. Familiarity is not. You will remain chaste and modest while you are at the Imperial City." Brenzia made a face. "I might as well be back at the Darkmoor Keep. Elves are promiscuous by nature, you know. Everyone says so. Everyone is wrong then. Some are, some aren't. The Emperor and I expect you to display both discrimination and good taste. Let me remind you, Your Highness, that you hold the throne of Mournhold, not by right of blood, but solely at the pleasure of Tiber Septim. If he judges you unsuitable, your reign will end where it begins. He requires intelligence, obedience, discretion, and total loyalty of all of his appointees, and he favors chastity and modesty in woman." Okay. Give me a sec. My neck. My neck hurts. Okay. Ooh. "I strongly suggest you model your deportment after our good Drillane, milady." "I'd leave me back in Darkmoor," Brenzia snapped resentfully, offended at the thought of emulating the frigid, prudish Drillane in any way. "That's not an option, Your Highness. If you are of no use to Tiber Septim, he will see to it that you are of no use to his enemies either," the general said portentously. "If you would keep your head on your shoulders, take heed. Let me add that power offers pleasures other than those of carnality and cavorting with base company." He began to speak of art, literature, drama, music, and grand balls thrown at the imperial court. Brenzia listened with growing interest, spurred on not entirely by his threats, but afterwards she asked timidly if she might continue her study of magic while at the imperial city. Symmachus seemed pleased at this and promised to arrange it. Encouraged, she then said that she noted 3 of their knights escort were women, and asked if she might train a little with them, just for the sake of exercise. The general looked less delighted at this, but gave his consent, though stressing it would only be with the woman. The late winter weather held fair, though slightly frosty for the rest of their journey, so that they traveled quickly on firm roads. On the last day of their trip, spring seemed to have arrived at last, for there were hints of thaw. The road grew muddy underfoot, and everywhere one could hear water trickling and dripping faintly but steadily. It was a welcome sound. They came to the great bridge that crossed into the Imperial City at sunset. The rosy glow turned the stark, wild marble edifices of the metropolis a delicate pink. It all looked very new and grand and immaculate. A broad avenue led north toward the palace. A crowd of people, all sorts of races, filled the wide concourse. Lights winked out in the shops and on the inns as dusk fell, and stars came out singly then by twos and threes. Even the side streets were broad and brightly illuminated. Near the palace, the towers of an immense Mage's Guild hall reared toward the east, while westward the stained glass windows of a huge tabernacle glittered in the dying light. Symmachus had apartments in a magnificent house 2 blocks from the palace, past the temple of the one he identified as they passed it in an ancient Nordic cult which Tiber Septim had revived. He said that Berenzia would be expected to become a member should she prove acceptable to the Emperor. The palace was quite splendid, although little to Berenzia's taste. The walls and furnishings were done in utter pristine white, relieved only by touches of dull gold, and the floors in dull gleaming black marble. Berenzia's eyes arched for color and the interplay of subtle shadings. In the morning, Symmachus and Julaine escorted her to the Imperial Palace. Berenzia noted that everyone they met greeted Symmachus with a differential respect, in some cases bordering with obsequiousness. The generals seemed to take it for granted. They were ushered directly into the Imperial presence. Morning sun flooded a small room through a large window with tiny panes, washing over sumptuously laden breakfast table and a single man who sat there, dark against the light. He leapt to his feet as they entered and hurried toward them. "Ah, Symmachus, our most loyal friend. We welcome your return most gladly." His hands held Symmachus' shoulders briefly, fondly, halting the deep genuflection the dark elf had been in the process of effecting. Berenzia cut side as Tiber Septim turned to her. "Berenzia, our naughty little runaway. How do you do, child? Here, let us have a look at you." "Why, Symmachus, she's charming, absolutely charming. Why have you hidden her from us all these years? Is the light too much, child? Shall we draw the hangings?" "Yes, of course." He waved aside Symmachus' protests and drew the curtains himself, not troubling to summon a servant. "You will pardon us for this discourtesy towards yourself, our dear guests. We have much to think of, though that's a scant excuse for hospitality's neglect. But pray join us. There's some excellent nectarines from Black Marsh." They settled themselves at the table. Berenzia was dumbfounded. Tiber Septim was nothing like the grim, grey giant warrior she'd pictured. He was of average height, fully half a head shorter than Symmachus, although he was well knit of figure and light of movement. He had a winning smile, bright, indeed piercing blue eyes, and a full head of stark white hair above a lined and weathered face. He might have been any age from 40 to 60. He passed food and drink upon them and repeated the question the general had asked her days ago. Why had she left home? Had her guardians been unkind to her? "No, Excellency," Berenzia replied. "In truth, no, although I fancied so at times." Symmachus had fabricated a story for her, and Berenzia told it now, although with a certain misgiving. The stable bestrothed had convinced her that her guardians, unable to find a suitable husband for her, meant to sell her off as a concubine in Rihad. And when a red guard had indeed come, she had panicked and fled with straw. Tiber Septim seemed fascinated and listened raptly as she provided details of her life as a merchant caravan escort. "Why, it is like a ballad," he said. "By one, we'll have the court bard set it to music. What a charming boy you must have made," General Symmachus said. Branzia stopped in some confusion, then proceeded. He said, "Well, that I no longer look much like a boy. I have grown in the past few months." She lowered her gaze at what she hoped approximated maidenly modesty. He's very discerning. He's a very discerning fellow, our loyal friend Symmachus. "I know I've been a very foolish girl, Your Excellency. I must crave your pardon and that of my kind guardians. I realized that some time ago, but I was too ashamed to go back home. But I don't want to return to Darkmoor now, Excellency. I long for Mournhold. My soul pines for my own country. Our dear child, you shall go home, we promise you, but we pray you remain with us a little longer, that you may prepare yourself for the grave and solemn task with which we shall charge you." Branzia gazed at him earnestly, heart beating fast. It was all working just as Symmachus had said it would. She felt a warm flush of gratitude toward him, but was careful to keep her attention focused on the Emperor. "I am honored, Excellency. I wish most earnestly to serve you and this great empire you have built in any way I can." It was the politic thing to say, to be sure, but Branzia really meant it. She was awed at the magnificence of the city and the discipline and order evident everywhere, and moreover was excited at the prospect of being a part of it all, and she felt quite taken by the gentle Tiber Septim. After a few days, Symmachus left for Mournhold to take up the duties of governor until Branzia was ready to assume the throne, after which he would become her prime minister. Branzia, with Dralian as chaperone, took up residence in a suite of rooms at the Imperial Palace. Several tutors were provided her in all the fields deemed seemly for a queenly education. During this time she became deeply interested in the magical arts, but she found the study of history and politics not at all to her preference. On occasions she met with Tiber Septim in the palace gardens, and he would unfailingly and politely inquire as to her progress and chide her, although with a smile, for her disinterest at matters of state. However, he was always happy to instruct her on the finer points of magic, and he could make even history and politics seem interesting. "They are people, child, not dry facts in a dusty volume," he said. As her understanding broadened, their discussions grew longer, deeper, more frequent. He spoke to her of his vision of a united Tamriel, each race separate and distinct but with shared ideals and goals, all contributing to the common weal. "Some things are universal, shared by all sentient folks of goodwill," he said. "So the one teaches us. We must unite against the malicious and the brutish, the miscreated, the orcs, trolls, goblins, and other worse creatures, and not strive against one another." His blue eyes would light up as he stared into his dream, and Branzia was delighted just to sit and listen to him. If he drew close to her, the side of her body next to him would glow as if he were a smoldering blaze. If their hands met, she would tingle all over as if his body charged with a shock spell. One day, quite unexpectedly, he took her face in his hands and kissed her gently on the mouth. She drew back after a few moments, astonished by the violence of her feelings, and he apologized instantly. We didn't mean to do that. It's just, you are so beautiful, dear. So very beautiful." He was looking at her with hopeless yearnings in his generous eyes. She turned away, tears streaming down her face. "Are you angry with us? Speak to us, please." Branzia shook her head. "I could never be angry with you, Excellency. I love you, I know it's wrong, but I cannot help it." "We have a consort," he said. She said, She is a good and virtuous woman, the mother of our children and future heirs. We could never put her aside, yet there is nothing between us and her, no sharing of the spirit. She would have us be other than what we are. We are the most powerful person in all of Tamriel and Baranzia. I think I am the most lonely as well. He stood up suddenly. Power, he said with sublime contempt. I trade a goodly share of it for you. I would trade a goodly share of it for youth and love if the gods would only sanction it. But you are strong and vigorous and vital, more than any man I've ever known. He shook his head vehemently. Today, perhaps, yet I am less than I was yesterday, last year, 10 years ago. I feel the sting of my mortality, and it is painful. If I can ease your pain, let me. Baranzia moved toward him, hands outstretched. No, I will not take your innocence from you. I am not that innocent. How so? The Emperor was suddenly grated harshly, his brows knitted. Baranzia's mouth went dry. What had she just said? But she couldn't turn back now. He would know. That was true. She faltered. I was lonely too. I am lonely and I'm not so strong as you. She cast her eyes down in abashment. I guess I'm not worthy, Excellency. No, not so, Baranzia. My Baranzia, it cannot last for long. You have a duty toward Mournhold and a duty toward the Empire. I must stand toward mine as well, but while we may, we shall share what we have, what we can, and pray the one forgives us our frailty. Tiber Septim held out his arms, and wordlessly, willingly, Baranzia stepped into his embrace. You keep her on the edge of a volcano, child. Drain, admonished, as Baranzia admired the splendid star sapphire ring her imperial lover had given her to celebrate their 1-month anniversary. God, this is a long book. It's been 2 hours? Well, goddammit, I've been reading a lot. How so? We make one another happy. We harm no one. Symmachus bade me be discriminating and discreet. Who better I could choose? And we've been most discreet. He treats me like a daughter in public. Tiber Septim's nightly visits were made through a secret passage that only a few in the palace were privy to, himself and a handful of trusted bodyguards. He slavers over you like a cur his supper. Have you not noticed the coolness of the Empress and her son toward you? Baranzia shrugged. Even before she and Septim had become lovers, she had received no more from his family than bare civility. Threadbare civility. What matter? It is Tiber who holds the power, but it is his son who holds the future. Do not put his mother up to public scorn, I beg you. Can I help it if that dry stick of a woman cannot hold her husband's interest even in conversation at dinner? Have less to say in public, that is all I ask. She matters little, it is true, but her children love her and you do not want them as enemies. Tiber Septim has not long to live, I mean. Julain amended quickly at Baranzia's skull. Humans are short-lived. Ephemeral, as we of the other races say. They come and go as the seasons, but the families of the powerful ones live on for a time. You must be a friend to his family if you would see lasting profit from your relationship. Oh, but how can I make you see truly? You who are so young and human-bred as well. If you take heed and wisely, you and Mournhold are likely to live to see the fall of Septim's dynasty, if indeed he has founded one, just as you have witnessed its rise. It is the way of human history. They ebb and flow like the inconstant tides. Their cities and dominions bloom like spring flowers, only to wither and die in the summer sun. But the elves endure. We are as a year to their hour, a decade to their day. Brenzia just laughed. She knew that rumors abounded about her and Tiber Septim. She enjoyed the attention for all save the Empress, and her sons seemed captivated by her. Minstrels sang of her dark beauty and her charming ways. She was in fashion and in love, and if it was temporary, well, what was not? She was happy for the first time she could remember, each of her days filled with joy and pleasure, and the nights were even better. What is wrong with me? Brenzia lamented. Oh, sorry. Look, not one of my skirts fit. What's become of my waistline? Am I getting fat? Brenzia regarded her thin arms and legs and her undeniably thickened waist in the mirror with displeasure. Julain shrugged. You appear to be with child, young as you are. Constant pairing with a human has brought you to early fertility, and I see no choice but for you to speak with the Emperor about it. You are in his power. It would be best, I think, for you to go directly to Mournhold if he would agree to it, and bear the child there. Alone? Brenzia placed her hands on her swollen belly, tears forming in her eyes. Everything in her yearn to share the fruit of her love with her lover. He'll never agree to that. He won't be parted from me now, you'll see. Julain shook her head, although she said no more. A look of sympathy and sorrow had replaced her usual cool scorn. That night Brenzia thought Tiber Septim when he came to her for their usual assignation. With child? He looked shocked. No, stunned. You're sure of it? But I was told elves do not bear at so young an age. Brenzia forced a smile. How can I be sure? I've never... I shall have my healer fetched. A healer, a high elf of middle years, confirmed Brenzia was indeed pregnant and that such a thing had never before been known to happen. It was testimony to his excellency's potency, the healer said in psychopathic tones. Tiber Septim roared at him. This must not be, he said. Undo it, we command you. Sire, the healer gaped at him. I cannot, I may not. Of course you can, you incompetent dullard. The Emperor snapped. It is our express wish that you do so. Brenzia, till then silent and wide-eyed with terror, suddenly sat up in bed. No, she screamed. No, what are you saying? Child, Tiber Septim sat down beside her, his face wearing one of his winning smiles. I'm so sorry, truly, but this cannot be. Your issue would be a threat to my son and his sons. I shall no more put it plainly than that. The child I bear is yours, she wailed. No, it is now but a possibility, a might be, not yet gifted with a soul or quickened into life. I will not have it so, I forbid it. He gave the healer another hard stare, and the elf began to tremble. Sire, it is her child. The children are few among the elves. No elven woman conceives more than 4 times, and that is very rare. 2 is the usual number. Some bear none, even, and some only 1. If I take this one from her, sire, she may not conceive again. You promised us she would not bear to us. We have little faith in your prognostications. Brenzia scrambled naked from her bed and ran for the door, not knowing where she was going, only that she could not stay. She never reached it. Darkness overtook her. She awoke to pain and feeling of emptiness, a void where something used to be, something that used to be alive but now was dead and gone forever. Julain was there to soothe the pain and clean up the blood that still pooled at times between her legs. But there was nothing to fill the emptiness. There was nothing to take the place of the void. The Emperor sent magnificent gifts and vast arrangements of flowers and came on short visits, always well attended. Brenzia received these visits with pleasure at first, but Tiber Septim came no more at night, and after some time nor did she wish him to. Some weeks passed, and when she was completely physically recovered, Jolain informed her that Symmachus had written to request she come to Mournhold earlier than planned. It was announced that she would leave forthwith. She was given a grand retinue, an extensive trousseau, I don't know how to say that, befitting a queen, and an elaborate and impressive ceremonial departure from the gates of the imperial city. Some people were sorry to see her leave and expressed their sadness in tears and expostulations, but some others were not and did not. Wow! Jesus Christ! Oh! Ads are starting in 1 minute. Over on Twitch. I'm gonna find some stuff to maybe throw down, and then we're gonna continue with the game. And maybe in an hour do some more reading and stuff. I just wanna do some other stuff as well outside of just reading. So yeah, I'll see you all in 3 minutes once the ads are over on Twitch. so back. Apologies for the longer break, but I had to go and air out my laundry. Or hang up my laundry, however you say it. Alright, let's continue. Oh god. I'm gonna pick up a few of these. And then worst case, I'm just gonna throw them down. Chest is empty. Okay. Alright, we're gonna need the fourth copy. Oh, what the hell is... Whoa! What is this? Cool. Alright, let's head out. And let's head back to Farkas. Hold on. Sorry about that. Hey Sean, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Happy Tuesday. Having fun with this? I'm having so much fun with this. I just read for almost 2 hours straight some lore books in this game, and I didn't realize I was reading for so long. So I guess that's a sign that I'm having a good time.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything. Or take a seat. I'm glad we're
There's the wrong door. Up here. Right? Yeah. Doo-doo-doo. Have you played this game, Sean?
I was the newest companion until you came along. I guess that's okay. Just means I can show you the ropes.
Sure.
I've been tending to the warriors of your Vasker for as long as I can remember.
Where's Farkas? Where the hell is he?
I've heard you may actually be stronger than you look. Perhaps we can hunt together someday. Out with it. I'll show you what I know.
That's too expensive.
You still need to prove yourself, whelp.
I know, I'm looking for him. He. My money. Lydia, please. My money. Where the hell's Farkas?
Huh?
There you are. No, that's
Come
Vilkas.
to me with questions.
Skjor says that I have the strength of Ysgramor, and my brother. We've gotten a letter about someone needing some... I don't know what the fight is about. I just need you to go out there, look tough, and scare this... No more than that. I don't want to hear about a killing, understand? Get to it then.
Only one? Oh. Wait.
Some people don't think I'm smart. Those people get my fist. I've never... When we step into battle, we fight. I'll show you what I can about protecting yourself.
Did the quest got cancelled or something? That guy was a bounty as well. I guess it's done or something. I don't know. Give me a sec. Give me a sec.
I ain't asking for much, just a few seconds. Spare coin for a little banker. A few seconds for my supper is all I ask. Take pity, sir, and spare me a few septims.
asking for much, just a few sentences.
Is there anyone in chat who played this game? Actually no, never mind. Don't answer that. Not yet. Okay, what do we want to do? Intimidate Girder? Why would I do that? Oh, come on. Wow!
Ah!
Oops.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something.
You've been seen in the company of the companions. It's an honorable thought.
Let's see. We could go down there and then up to Helgen and up there now. Yeah, let's go do that.
Like the bite of a flea. You won't leave Skyrim alive. Do your worst.
Oops. Where was I? Yeah, I didn't save it. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Eh. Where's Lydia? What happened to her? God damn it. Wiki. I wanna find the Nord again and mess him up. Oh, it was right here.
I'm on my way to Windhelm to join up with the Stormcloaks. Ulfric has that point.
Mike is very practical. He has
Where
no
are you,
need for
Nord?
businesses.
Where are you? Oh, hey, Lydia. Welcome back. Maybe I have to wait.
Mike does not remember his childhood. Perhaps he never had one.
Nope. Ah, Riverwood. Where are you, Girder?
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something. In the old fort near River.
A fine day to you, friend. You can't scare me into submission. Let's go. Come on, let's see what... Is someone there?
He's not...
Sovngarde owns you.
He's not so tough.
But Ismir, you pay for that.
Light attack! Light attack!
You're tougher than you look. You got me, fair and square. Fine, I'll take care of it. Just please leave me alone.
Hey, Rayloff.
We'll show those faithless dogs who this land belongs to.
Alright. And now we head south. Chicken. Okay. Wanna try that out. Mm-hmm. Get wrecked. Mm-hmm. All right. Up we go. Wonder what happens if I were to go to Helgen again. I'm gonna die.
Nothing.
See ya. That's worth something. Oh.
I'm right behind you. I am at your command.
I'll give you this. And God, the Talmor stuff looks so cool.
Let's get going then.
Yeah!
Where am I heading? Oh, there's something here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I found something.
Could be anyone's.
Yeah. Take that. Warrior. This is the third book in a 4-book series. If you have not read the first 2 books, Beggar and Thief. Oh God. Okay. Steel Imperial Gauntlets. Take the potions. Ooh, Elven Sword. That could be nice. Okay, there's something up there. Oh, maybe that's where the quest is. Come on. God damn it. Meow. Well, in this case, we can just head into Helgen, I guess. Yeah, why not?
That's all you've got?
No sign of him. Hello there, fellow traveler. One itinerant minstrel and wandering wastrel at your service. The life of adventure and song is the life for us, eh, friend? The best tales are those of adventure. Who could truly write such a tale without first experiencing such?
I've got your back. I'll head back home if you need me.
Never should have come here.
More! I yield! I yield!
That takes care of that. What do you need, my thing? Lead the way.
I don't like bards. Oh, he had a lot on him. Sorry. Not so sorry. Let's see what's up in Helgen, shall we? I need more conjure spells. The lights are on. Oh. Oh, that's not good.
Tell you what, you start running, so I can.
Magic.
You in the back. Not so fast.
There you go. Interesting, so bandits took over Helgen, huh? Huh. Hell yeah. Well, we gotta fix that.
You can't hide from me.
Hell yeah. I'm strong. I'm very strong. Ooh. Ooh. Give me the gold. I need that. And the lockpick. Ooh, fellas. Guess I should check out these other buildings as well, or whatever remained. Maybe there's something to loot. That's where we came in. There's 100% bandits inside. Hmm. Let's check the tower. Oh, now we can enter the top.
Is someone there?
Rip. Ooh. Well, give me that. I put that right on. Alright. Well then, we head into the buildings. Where? Into the main building. Oh hey Lydia. Poor fella.
Huh?
Ah, okay. Oh, I didn't dare to come in here. Really? Oh. Never mind, found them. Whoa! Where are you?
What was that?
Good night. Good. Oh. Nice. Okay, what's next? Anyone else down here?
What was that? Over here.
Boom. Oh.
Can't wait to.
Oh. What is this? Hello? They were too weak though.
Never should have come here.
Boom. Any more bandits? Big spider. Hi, buddy. Goodbye. Thanks for the venom. Oh, this was fun and nostalgic. Oh. Okay, well now where? Oh, there's a cave. Oh hey. Poor fellas. Oh. Easy. Oh yeah, give me all of that. What the hell? Oh my god. They are way too weak for me. Alright, do they have anything cool around? Tomatoes. A rabbit. Well, no, not really. There's a cave up there. That looks cool. Oh, but we go check it out, and then we can circle around Helgen and do that. Or maybe we can head to Fort Nugrad as well. and then from there we circle up. That cave! That cave is calling me! I can hear it's calling my name! I just have to... Hey, straight, puppy. There are multiple... What is that? What is that, a dragon? The puppy is now with me? Good job. Wait, do I still have Lydia? I should have. Should still have her, right? Oh. Note to the authorities. I have heard talk about the dragons, but didn't believe it until now. One flew by last week, and ever since we have seen him fly back and forth from a nearby mountain peak. My wife thinks we should move away, go elsewhere, go somewhere else. I told her that would be a nonsense. As long as we don't bother it, it won't bother us. Still, I thought it would be best if we reported to the local authorities. The creature's lair is just south the hill behind our shack near Bear's Cave Mill. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. We have a dragon to slay. Hell yeah. First of all, time to kill some bandits. Yeah. Well. How about do some snipering? Oh. All right.
So much easier to roll when you're dead. No.
Is the puppy still alright? Yes. Go, puppy. Yeah. Good job, buddy. Lunar Lorcan. Alright. We need to head up. And take care of the dragon. So this is the classic Skyrim experience, huh? Oh, 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 oh. Oh god. Come on, come on. Hell yeah. Come on, man, there's gotta be a way up. Ads are starting in 5 minutes. Hey. Uh-oh. Oh, what? Oh, huge. Hold on, progress. Yes. No, 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 no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my god. So silly. No, don't fall. No! Wait, wait, wait. Ancestor Blade? What's that? Hell yeah, still. I'm a dark elf. What do you mean? Ice wolf. Ooh. Hello? Anybody home? What the hell? What the hell was that? Wait. Wait. Maybe fire will work. Wait. No! I shot Lydia!
Ah!
Oh god. Alright, ads are starting. Yeah, we can come back here in a bit. I think we need to get a bit stronger. Alright, I'm gonna leave y'all here. Hopefully I don't die. F5. And I'll be back in 3 minutes. Welcome back everybody from the ad break. Thank you so much for bearing with it. It helps a lot. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's make a note of this place. I need to become stronger. Just a teeny weeny bit stronger. What's this way? shriek, the temple thing. Whoa, so cool. What is that? Level up available. I'm gonna go heavy on magic. Probably gonna regret it, but it is the way. Angie's camp. Hello. Anybody home? Are you Angie?
Name's Angie. And if you try anything stupid, I won't hesitate to put an arrow in your head.
Okay, Angie.
Sorry, a girl can't be too careful out here. Like I said, name's Angie, and I've been living out here for a couple of years now. I moved here from Helgen after my family was killed.
Oh.
At the time, I couldn't stand to be around anyone. They all felt sorry for me, and I didn't want them to. It was my problem, not theirs. Two imperial drunks who thought they were above the law. Already did. Part of the reason I'm living out here now. Thanks for offering, though. I set up those targets a long time ago. I shoot at them from time to time. Don't want to get rusty with my bow. That I am. You know how to use one?
Yeah.
Well, let me know if you ever want to... If you need a bow, there's one on the rack to the left of the door.
Thanks.
Excellent. Follow me to the targets and we'll begin. My father was rarely home, so it was my mother who actually taught me how to use a bow. She always said composure was the key to a successful archer. If you can remain calm, even in the midst of chaos, your arrow will most likely find its target.
Yo, Ben. How's it going, man?
Okay, let's see what you can do. Remember to stay within the boundaries and only use the practice arrows. I have some if you don't have any. Aim for the middle target. Only use the practice arrows.
Oh. Where are the practice arrows? Oh. How's it going, big man? Weapon. Practice arrow. It's going, it's going. Working on stuff as always. Wouldn't be you.
Nice shot. Right on target. Now hit the target to the left. Great shot. Now hit the target to the right. Nice shot. Right on target. Let me know if you want to practice some more. Next time we'll make it a little more challenging. Hey, watch it!
What do you mean? Give me some arrows. Yeah, I'm gonna be working on some stuff for after this as well. I have to voiceovers to do, and then no, 3 actually. And I need to do some gameplay stuff as well.
Need something? Excellent. Follow me to the targets and we'll begin. My older brother took me out hunting a lot when I was little.
Yeah, I have a lot to do as well. I don't know if you've seen that campaign today that just got a sudden deadline for tomorrow. That's what I wanna focus on.
At the time, it was difficult to keep food on the table, let alone have enough left over to sell at the market. So whenever we came across more than one deer in a single location, it was imperative we kill as many as we could.
Yeah.
If you can learn to keep your composure and trust that each shot is true, then you should be able to quickly handle multiple targets. When I tell you to, try and hit each of the 3 closest targets in 8 seconds. Here, take these. Looks like you're running low. I'll count to 3 and then say go. You have 8 seconds to hit each of the 3 targets. Draw string and get ready. 1, 2, 3. Go! You did it! All 3 targets in 8 seconds. Nice job.
Thank you.
Let me know if you want to practice some more. Next time we'll make it a little more challenging. Careful with that! Excellent. Follow me to the targets and we'll begin. We've talked about speed and composure. Now we'll go over precision.
I felt so go recently. It's exhausting. You mean like doing a lot of campaigns? Yeah, I'm very tired as well. I'm very tired as well, but I really have to. Oh no, I just live. Oh, I understand, man. I mean, you have a lot. You have a lot going on, right? But yeah, I need to grind. I need to grind because I have stuff I need to take care of.
Oftentimes you won't be able.
Tomorrow's your first day with nothing planned. Oh my god, I'm so happy for you. Just watch. You're gonna wake up. You're gonna drink your coffee or whatever caffeinated beverage is your preference. Then you're gonna sit down and like. Now what?
To get as close to your prey as you'd like, and you'll have to settle with a long shot. However, with such a long shot, it's more than likely that's the only shot you'll be able to take before your prey run. Huh? If you find yourself in such a situation, then you need to make your shot count. Don't rush your shot. Crouch down, get comfortable, and take aim. Okay, your turn.
Oh, caffeine is bad for you.
Try and hit the target
That's fair.
way in the back, far behind the other 3. Remember to take your time and make your shot count. Only use the practice arrows. Be careful. Nice shot, right on target. Let me know if you want to practice some more. Next time, need something? Excellent. Follow me to the targets and we'll begin.
Yeah, I'm literally sipping I have one more or 2 more sips of gamer subs left. I try to like limit it for one per day because I do a double scoop, which is like 200 milligrams of caffeine. So I'm limiting myself to only this per day. but I just want to use it up because I still have a lot left over. Yeah, I think gamer subs use natural caffeines, yeah. But here's the thing. If you don't need caffeine, they have caffeine-free option as well. Please sponsor me. I'm drinking it's called Blowhole Blast. It's like, I think it's like, oh yeah, it's the coconut mango flavor.
Talked about composure, speed, and precision. Now it's time to use all three at once. I'm warning you now. This challenge will be quite difficult.
Okay.
Just remember everything I've taught you, and you should be able to complete it. It may take you a couple of tries, but that's what practice is all about. When I tell you to, try and hit all 4 targets in 10 seconds. I'll count to 3 and then say go. You have 10 seconds.
Hey Honest, how you doing, buddy? Want some Crusader raid? Might message Swagger about getting some free in the future. What is Crusader raid?
Hit each the 4 targets. Draw string and get ready. 1, 2, 3. Go! Be careful. You did it.
Ooh.
All 4 targets in 10 seconds. Nice job.
Swagger's Soul's signature flavor. Whoa, I never even heard of those.
What do you... I think I've taught you everything I know. You might even be as good as me now.
Oh, thanks, Angie.
Yes?
I'm sorry about your
I
family.
think I've taught you everything I know.
I said I saw...
Kind of scary if I think about it.
Maybe I can teach you.
Very funny. It was my pleasure. It's not often I get visitors out here, let alone friendly ones. Thanks for sticking around and keeping me company.
You're welcome.
It was nice to finally meet someone out here who doesn't want to rob you or take off your head. I know it isn't much, but here, take this bow. It was given to me by my family. It's special to me, but brings back too many painful memories. Don't be like them. Don't feel sorry for me. Don't be like them. Don't feel...
What's the bow I got? Angie's bow. I mean, it's kind...
sorry for me.
Honest, you literally are reading my mind.
Is someone there? Remember, composure and speed. You don't need to see your arrow hit before moving on to your next target. Just your shot is true.
07. I mean, her bow is alright. I'm probably gonna sell it because it's kind of weak. Don't have enough magic steel for this. How could you? I mean, it's kind of weak, you know. But now we are back on our track to slaying a dragon. How are you doing, Honest? You're great. Well, that's a fact, but how are you? Got him. I'm doing alright, thank you. I'm a bit low on sleep. I have a lot of AI stuff I need to catch up on at work. which is hard because, you know, my brain is... It's just something really hard to wrap my brain around. Is that a... Oh, that's a fox. You know, so I'm trying my best. But I need to do it because I don't want to lose my job. Well, yeah, it's just that I can tell you more later. It's not that simple. Where is the stupid... There is the stupid dragon. Found the stupid dragon. God, shut up. Save. Hello. Oops. Mamma mia! It's a frost dragon or ice dragon. Stop it. Maybe I should. I'm gonna die. Drink that. Drink that. Oh yeah. You're so done, buddy. Never mind, I'm so done. I'm so done. Don't know, where is it? Where is it? Oh my god, this thing is a sniper. Oh! Ahoo! I'm gonna die. I did it! I killed the dragon! Let's go! Oh my god! Yo! Oh my god, I'm way too heavy. Lydia! Where are you? I'm so heavy. Oh. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Go! Animal. Wait, whoa, what? Shout for help from the beast. Faster weapon strikes or animal help? Which one should we try? What do you guys think? This choice is on you guys, so pick the right one. Nobody? Nobody wants to pick for me? What the hell? SMH. What shout I'm unlocking? Animal Legions, where I call animals with my shout, or Elemental Fury, where I strike faster. Animals. There you go. I'm just low. Lydia! Where are you? Hi, Lydia.
Still here.
Thank you so much. Oh my god.
I am sworn to carry your burdens.
She just appeared. Kiss.
I am sworn to carry your burdens.
Do. Wicked. And you can also carry some of these. I don't need that. Ring of Archery though, whoa. Weapons maybe? Yeah. Thank you.
You lead, I'll follow.
Stupid dragon. Hoi, hoi, hoi. What? Should we try it?
Run!
Where are the animals? I see no animals. Alright, puppy. I'm sorry, puppy. It's time for you to go home. Let's go. Oh wait, there was a... Oh. Oh. The bear.
Run!
The bear. Wow. Wow. All 7 bear. It was self-defense. Well, it attacked me! What can you do? To mid-year. 2920. Balmora, Morrowind. The Imperial army has gathered to the south, said Cassir. They are 2 weeks' march from Louvel and Lake Cornadi. Heavily armored. Vivek nodded. Louvel and its sister city on the other side of the lake, Malak, were strategically important fortresses. He had been expecting a move against them for some time. His captain pulled down a map of southwestern Morrowind from the wall and smoothed it out, fighting a gentle summer sea breeze wafting in from the open window. They were heavily armored, you say? Asked the captain. Yes, sir, said Cassir. They were camped out near Battle Grey in the Heartland, and I saw nothing but ebony dwarven and Daedric armor, fine weaponry, and siege equipment. How about spellcasters and boats? Asked Vivek. A horde of battle mages, replied Cassir, but no boats. As heavily armored as they are, it will take them at least 2 weeks, like you said, to get from Battle Grey to Lake Cornadi. Vivek studied the map carefully. They will be dragged down in the bogs if they then tried to circle around Aldmorak from the north, so they must be planning to cross the straits here and take Louvel. They said then they'd proceed around the lake to the east and take Aldmorak from the south. They'll be vulnerable along the straits, said the captain, provided we strike when they are more than halfway across and cannot retreat back to the Heartland. Your intelligence has once again served us well, said Vivek, smiling to Cassir. We will beat back the Imperial aggressors yet again. Free mid-year, 2920. Battle Grey, Cyrodiil. Will you be returning back this way after your victory? Asked Lord Battle. Prince Juilek barely paid the man any attention. He was focused on the army packing its camp. It was a cool morning in the forest, but there were no clouds. All the makings of a hot afternoon march, particularly in such heavy armor. If we return shortly, it will be because of defeat, said the prince. He could see down in the meadow the potentiate Verzidu, Shy, paying his lordship a steward for the use of the village's food, wine, and horse. An army was an expensive thing for certes. My prince, said Lord Battle with concern. Is your army beginning to march due east? That will just lead you to the shores of Lake Cornadi. You'll want to go to southeast to get to the straits. You'll just make certain your merchants get their share of our gold, said Prince with a grin. Let me worry about my army's direction. 16 mid-year, Lake Cornadi, Morrowind. Vivek stared across the blue expanse of the lake, seeing his reflection and the reflection of his army in the cool blue waters. What he did not see was the Imperial army's reflection. They must have reached the straits by now, barring any mishaps in the forest. Tall feather-thin lake trees blocked much of his view of the straits. But an army, particularly one clan in slow-moving heavy armor, could not move invisibly silently. Let me see the map again, he called to his captain. Is there no other way they could approach? We have sentries posted in the swamps to the north in case they're fool enough to go there and be bogged under, said the captain. We would at least hear about it, but there is no other way across the lake except through the straits. Vivek looked down again at his reflection, which seemed to be distorting his image, mocking him. Then he looked back on the map. Spy, said Vivek, calling Cassir over. When you said the army had a horde of battle mages, what made you so certain they were battle mages? They were wearing grey robes with a mystical insignia on them, explained Cassir. I figured they were mages, and why else would such a vast number travel with the army? They couldn't have all been healers. You fool, roared Vivek. They are mystics schooled in the art of alteration. They've cast a spell of water breathing, and the entire army they have cast a spell of water breathing on the entire army. Vivek ran to a new vantage point where he could see the north. Across the lake though, it was but a small shadow on the horizon. They could see gouts of flame from the assault on Al-Marak. Vivek bellowed with fury, and his captain got to work at redirecting the army to circle the lake and defend the castle. Oh damn. Return to Dwinman, said Vivek flatly to Cassier before he rode off to join the battle. Your services are no longer needed nor wanted. It was already too late when the Morrowind army neared the Al-Morak. It had been taken by the Imperial army. 19 mid-year 2920. The Imperial city Cyrodiil. The Potentiate arrived in the Imperial city amid great fanfare, the streets lined with men and women cheering him as the symbol of the taking of Al-Morak. Truth be told, a greater number would have turned out had the prince returned, and the Versidusci knew it. Still, it pleased him to no end. Never before had citizens of Tamriel cheered the arrival of an Akaviri into their land. The Emperor Reman III greeted him with a warm embrace and then tore into the letter he had brought from the prince. I don't understand, he said at last, still joyous but equally confused. You went under the lake? Old Marak is a very well fortified fortress, explained the Potentiate. As I might add, the army of Morrowind had rediscovered now that they are on the outside. To take it, we had to attack by surprise with our soldiery in the sturdiest of armors. By casting the spell that allowed us to breathe underwater, we were able to travel faster than Vivek would have guessed. The weight of the armor made less by the aquatic surroundings, and attack from the waterbound west side of the fortress where their defenses were at their weakest. Brilliant, the Emperor crowed. You are a wondrous tactician, Versidusci. If your father had been as good as this as you are, Tamriel would be a Akaviri domain. The Potentiate had not planned to take credit for Prince Juliek's design, but on the Emperor's reference to his people's fiasco of an invasion 216 years ago, he made up his mind. He smiled modestly and soaked up the praise. 21 mid-year, 2920, Old Morak, Morrowind. Severian Korak slithered to the wall and washed through the arrow slit to the Morrowind army retreating back to the forest land between the swamps and the castle's grounds. It seemed like the ideal opportunity to strike. Perhaps the forest could be burned and the army within them. Perhaps with Vivek in their enemies' hands, the army would allow them possession of Old Luval as well. He suggested these ideas to the prince. What you seem to be forgetting, left Prince Juliek, is that I gave my word that no harm to the army or to their commanders during the truce negotiations. Do you not have honor during warfare on Akavir? My prince, I was born here in Tamriel. I have never been to my people's home, replied the Snake Man. But even so, your ways are strange to me. You expected no quarter, and I gave you none when we fought in the Imperial Arena 5 months ago. That was a game, replied Prince, before nodding to his steward to let the Dunmer battle chief in. Juliek had never seen Vivek before, but he had heard he was a living god. What came before him was but a man, a powerfully built man, handsome with an intelligent face, but a man nonetheless. The prince was pleased. A man he could speak with, but not a god. Greetings, my worthy adversary, said Vivek. We seem to be at an impasse. Not necessarily, said the prince. You don't want to give us Morrowind, and I can't fault you for that. But I must have your coastline to protect the Empire from overseas aggressions and certain key strategic border castles, such as this one, as well as Old Umnil, Teleroon, Old Embassy, and Tel Motrivra. And in return, asked Vivek. In return, laughed Severian Chorek. You forget we are the victors here, not you. In return, said Prince Juliek carefully, there will be no Imperial tax on Morrowind unless in return to an attack by you. You will be protected from invaders by the Imperial Navy, and your land may expand by taking certain estates back in Black Marsh, whichever you choose, provided they are not needed by the Empire. A reasonable offer, said Vivek after a pause. You must forgive me, I am unused to Cyrodiils who offer something in return for what they take. May I have a few days to decide? We will meet again in a week's time, said the prince, smiling. In the meantime, if your army provokes no attacks on mine, we are at peace. Vivek left the prince's chamber, feeling that Almalexia was right. The war was at an end. This prince would make an excellent emperor. This year, the years continued in sun's height. Whoa. Oh, a bandit. Wonder what else will we find. Oh, that's all. What are you? Ice Wraith? Whoa! Whoa, what the hell? That's a really cool enemy. Oh yeah. Level up, okay. More magic. What else would you expect from me? How is... my conjuration is 40 now. That's actually huge. This is very important. Soul Stealer is huge. Feel like. Bound weapon will banish summoned creatures. Oh. Oh. Two Atronax, you say? Alright. That's very cool. Alright, now let's head to Fort Newgrad. Let's head there and do some work. But by work, I mean clear it out. But first we have this cave that I've been eyeing with for a very long time. I'm gonna go and clear said cave. If I can find the entrance. Where's the goddamn entrance? Found it! Soul captured. Oh my god. That's actually huge that I can...
Huh?
I can just do that.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Deer hide, antlers. Sneaky, sneaky. More wolves. Yeah, just more wolves. Well, then in that case, how about... Can I double? Yeet. Oh. What's in this? It's a bit underwhelming, but it's fine, I guess. Is there anything here? No, doesn't seem like it. Well then, out we go. That's Helgen. Right? Yeah, that's Helgen. Let's go around it. What is that bear icon? First this way. Then I can circle back. Do we have anything else? South? No. I guess we can then clear out this southern part. In the worst case, we have to come back later on for a quest. Let's go this way. Hey, buddy. That Ancestor's Glade is really, really rough. A new cave. Don't mind me if I do. Whoa. There's another fort somewhere this way. What the hell? Where on earth am I heading? Bloodlet throne. Whoa. That doesn't sound too friendly. Well, let's go and see what's inside, shall we? Nightshade? Ooh.
Is someone there?
Better than that. I cannot.
Rip. Okay, I want to look around. Bum, bum, bum. Nothing useful here. Whoa. Holy. That thing does a lot of damage. Go, Lydia! Go, Lydia! Yeah! Die! A gargoyle. You get malachite ore from the gargoyles? What? Cool! I still cannot double cast. I can double cast! You. That's actually huge. Hello. Are you awake? No. This place is dangerous. I like it.
Don't.
Oh. Goodbye. Well, I guess have a good meal. Something like that, huh? Take the potions. The wolf queen. Give me that. Oh god. I'm just gonna take all of these and then throw away the duplicates. Items. I have way too many books, y'all. Way too many books. Anybody home?
I've never seen anything quite like that.
Okay, this is kind of scary. Stop looking at me. you're still alive. Although, ooh. Hey there, buddy.
I knew it. You.
Go, Lily. Crap. Yes, Lydia, you have to kill it. Oh god, she's gonna die, she's gonna die. Not good, not good. Please? Yes? Magica, Magica. Flame edge knock. No. Oh god, that's not good.
You won't get the best of me.
Go, Lydia. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm alive. Go, Lydia. Let me up. Not good. Oh, oh my god. Okay, the ad break is about to start. I'm gonna take a small break with that. Thank God. And I'll see you all in 3 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Let's continue. All right. That was close. Dangerously close. Magical region. I mean, that's more than nothing, right? 3% is definitely more than nothing. Almost there to level up. Oh, come on, so close. What if I disenchant? There you go. How's my one-handed skills doing? Level 41. Wicked. Wicked. Okay. First of all, I need a flame Atronach. An alchemy lab. Aha. Vampire armor looks actually really sick. Oh. Oh, so close. Aha. Oh. Okay, I have that book. Search chest, potions. Soda. Yo. I guess I could unlock this. Okay. Easy. I need all the books. All right. Cool. Mm-hmm. Cool. Got rid of a few of these. Oh, gold. Give me that. Ah, yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay, for this, I'm definitely gonna read. Definitely read during my Atronach. And what the hell? What are those things? No! Where did the... Wait, where did the further dog come from? Oh, there's one there, two there, okay.
This fool will be the next act of the show.
Uh-oh. Now this is gonna be painful. Good. Yeah! Where's the vampire master? Wait. Where did the vampire master go? Oh no, I'm too... Lydia!
Still here.
Carry some stuff.
I am at your command.
Oh, what?
Lead on.
Ah. Oh, there it is. Okay, give me something good. That's good. Ah. Hello. Goodbye. This was fun. This was a lot of fun. But we are definitely not looking too good in terms of carry weight and such.
I've got your back. I am at your command.
Yeah, just carrying too much.
You lead on.
How much gold do I have? Okay. Okay. Oh, that was fun. I'm thinking I might end it here. 4.5 hours, decent time. I'm feeling that I'm getting tired, and I just don't want. I just don't think that that's entertaining. But great time on Skyrim. I feels like we've done a lot. We probably didn't do a lot because I was reading for 2 straight hours. But, you know, that's the fun part of it. We beat a dragon! Some vampires. Found a few new creatures. So yeah, that's gonna be it. YouTube, I'm gonna say goodbye first to you. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna be back around the same time on Thursday. Tomorrow no stream, but Thursday, yes. And potentially on Sunday. I'm really thinking about adding a 4th day to the streams. So we'll see. Potentially Sundays. But until then, I really appreciate you all. Bye YouTube, thank you for being here.